This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball. It's a day game from Target Field and a beautiful afternoon here in Minnesota. Game number 2, the St. Louis Cardinals and the Minnesota Twins. And with Scott Mormon and Al Hrabosky, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Welcome to Cardinals baseball. Fun pitching matchup here today. We'll start with the Cardinals, and that's Miles Mikolas.
Well, we're really looking forward to seeing him in his 5-0 record. The one thing about Miles is he throws strikes. He goes out there and usually gets ahead in the count. His strikes are the best in all of baseball, but look at also how many pitches he gets them to chase. So it's really nice to see the way he attacks the zone.
What do you think? Lance Lynn has something a little extra up his sleeve today?
I talked to him yesterday, and you're absolutely right. Won 72 ball games with the Cardinals. Really a tough start here with Minnesota. But remember, he didn't have spring training. And he's going out there, and I think with a little revenge for the Cardinals not showing more interest in him.
Lance Lynn, Miles Mikolas, the Twins and the Cardinals, a day game. The offense needs to get things going. They've been shut down in 3 games against Minnesota this year. We've got baseball, and it's coming up. by Budweiser. Wherever legendary MLB moments happen, Budweiser will be there. And by Chevrolet, the #1 selling brand in the St. Louis area. Find yours at your Mid-America Chevy dealer. The Kirby Puckett statue just outside Target Field. It's interleague play, the final matchup of the season between the Cardinals and the Twins. Offense needs to get things going. First pitch, starting lineups next. One game back in the Central Division. Minnesota has been one of the hotter teams in baseball. They've won 7 of their last 10 and a half game back of Cleveland. A look at the Cardinal lineup. The DH in play, American League City. Tommy Pham, Jose Martinez, the designated hitter, and then Paul DeJong. Marcell Ozuna will bat cleanup. Dexter Fowler, Jed Jerko, Matt Carpenter, Francisco Pena, and Greg Garcia will play second base and bat ninth. Last time out for Lance Lynn, he went 2 4 2/3. He gave up 4 runs on 8 hits, walked a couple, struck out 3, and no decision in Anaheim. And it's odd to see him there with the pinstripes and the Twins across the chest.
And it's odd to see that high ERA also, but we know from the past it's going to be right there at 79% fastballs, few token curveballs and sliders, very few changeups. He's going to come right after you. And walks have been a major problem for Lentz in the early going.
There's a look at manager Mike Matheny and trying anything he can to get this offense rolling. Really disappointing to see what they've done against Paul Molitor's club. Eddie Rosario in left, Buxton in center, Kepler is in right. And Around the Horn is presented by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Petit, Adrianza, Dozier, and Morrison on the infield, and behind the plate, Mitch Garver. The Cardinals 8 for 85 in 3 games against the Minnesota Twins. Here's Tommy Pham batting .308 on the year, 7 home runs, and he's driven in 17.
And just 8 hits in 3 games. They scored a total of just 2 runs. Pretty hard to win that way.
It's no surprise, Lance Lynn, a lot of fastballs. 79% of the time he's throwing a fastball, and that's second behind Bartolo Colon, who's at 83.9.
It just seems like the Cardinals have had a tough time hitting fastballs this year too.
It's his first ever start against St. Louis. 6 years wearing that Cardinal uniform in that time frame. First among the starters in games and ERA. Second in wins. And he did all that despite missing all of 2016 with Tommy John surgery.
Tommy John came back last year.
And something not quite right with Mitch Garver. And this is the last thing that the Twins need. They got word today, as a matter of fact, this morning about 2 hours ago, that Jason Castro, he's done for the year.
Right. Knee surgery. I think around the collarbone. Does he take a foul tip?
Off the mask and then maybe the collarbone. Tough position catching, and the Cardinals are finding that out firsthand with the loss of Yadier Molina.
No doubt.
Outfield straight away in the 0-2 pitch. Fouled back. It is a beautiful afternoon here in Minnesota. 80 degrees. Better weather in Minnesota than San Diego. I thought I'd never say that.
Well, you wouldn't have said it about 3 weeks ago, as they were talking about how high the snow was. Remember, they lost a complete series against Seattle.
Fastball at 94, so it's a tick or two up as well with Lynn in terms of his fastball. Another year removed from Tommy John.
Yeah, I think that's the key, Danny. Another year to recuperate.
2-2.
Remember, like I said, he's really had trouble with the walks. He's walked 25 and 34 in the third innings.
The 2-2 missed down and in. Angel Hernandez, the crew chief, calling the balls and strikes. Paul Nard at first, DJ Rayburn at second, and Scott Berry at third. And there's a look at the strike percentage. Now, in talking with those that follow the Twins every day, they mentioned the weather, you know, how cold it was. It was tough for Lynn. And there's a base hit for Tommy Pham. Turns on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. 7-pitch at bat.
Even Tommy Pham was struggling offensively. Gets the ball in the inner half. He just turns on it. Nice line drive out to left field, and let's hope that is the beginning of a big scoring opportunity.
As we've seen, Lynn is not all that quick to the plate, so the Cardinals may want to do some running here, get something going offensively with Tommy Pham at first base, who leads the club in steals with 7. The DH is Jose Martinez. Last night, the Cardinals 1 through 5 hitters. 0 for 21 with 9 strikeouts. And that pitch inside. 2 balls and no strikes.
And I saw where in the Cardinal losses, they hit 175 as a team.
And that's not going to get it done.
Nope. Like you said, hopefully you can get a little running game, get something going, just throw some energy. And boy, it's like a tight strike zone too.
The count runs at 3 balls and no strikes on Jose Martinez. Why not turn him loose, see if he can't get it going here. And a strike.
I think pretty much now you always have the green light when you're behind, or you know, ahead in the count. But a lot of guys don't like to swing 3-0. Probably the most the count they love the most is probably right here, 3-1.
And a full count. Paul DeJong is at the on-deck circle. So 4 right-handed batters to start the game in the lineup for the Cardinals. Lynn has struggled against the lefties this year, hitting him to the tune of a .340 average.
Cardinals really don't have many options left-handed. The only one they have would be Colton Wong on the bench, but he's being replaced today by a left-handed hitting Garcia.
Pham is running the pitch, a ball, and the first 2 have reached. Let's turn to Al's Toyota key to the game.
Real simple. Swing the bat. You know, a few times the Cardinals have been caught in between. They've been taking called third strikes. You've got to swing the bat to make something happen.
I think one of the things that we have seen, and I wonder if players, and in particular pitchers, will take a harder look at this, is signing with a club. I mean, you wait, you miss spring training. Clearly it affected Holland. It has affected Lance Lynn. Alex Cobb has had issues.
Not the only one is Arrieta. They got off to a decent start. And I think what's happening too, Danny, is, you know, 6 weeks of spring training is for pitchers. It's not for position players.
Exactly.
They can get ready sooner. And what I think some of these guys are running into the dead arm stage now during the regular season, not later stages of spring.
Arrieta will go tomorrow night, by the way, against Luke Weaver. Much improved Phillies ball club. Arrieta 3-1, ERA of 2.59. Weaver coming off a win in San Diego. 0-2 the count on Paul DeJong. You would think this would be a good matchup for him. And the reason I say that is that he can turn on a fastball, and Lynn is going to throw you a fastball. He's going to challenge you.
Right there, he came with a breaking ball. Got it in on his hands. But you're right about that. You have to assume that you're going to get, you know, majority of pitches are going to be fastballs. He'll change speeds off that fastball to make it more pitches, but you're going to get the heater.
And the 0-2 to the backstop. Runners advance to second and third. What an opportunity here for the Cardinals with nobody out. Runners at second and third here in the top of the first.
Is yanks on this breaking ball and just throws it. Not the greatest effort by our catcher. And of course, he's not assuming the ball's going to be that far outside and down.
So wild pitch. Corners move in a step or two. That's Petit and Morrison. And you are correct. This is a tight strike zone. At least initially.
Initially.
2 balls and 2 strikes on DeJong. His last home run was a 3-run shot, and he is sitting on 8. The check swing, and he went. The strikeout of DeJong, and he can't believe it. Rung up by Paul Nart.
You see a replay from this angle, it always looks like you go around, but Paul's mind that he held up. But you see those replays, it looks like it went too far.
Marcell Ozuna looking for a home run number 100. 99 in his young major league career. Was hitless last night. The Cardinals had a total of 2 hits. Lance Lynn is now over 1,000 innings in his career. Achieved that milestone back in early April. Currently 71 pitchers have at least 1,000 innings, and he's now 44 strikeouts shy of 1,000 for his career. Oh, 0-2 on Marcell Ozuna. 7th year for Lance Lynn, who was a first-round pick out of Ole Miss for the St. Louis Cardinals. Burst onto the scene in 2011 in the bullpen that year for the Cardinals in their championship club. The 0-2. Remember when Lynn first came to the Cardinals, did make a spot start, was sent back down, brought back up then in the bullpen. And he also was another arm that was throwing at that time. 98, 99. Next year in the rotation and became an all-star.
You think about him as a starter with the Cardinals, one word that would be synonymous with it was winner.
Crusty.
His way.
Yep. Some talk in spring training that he would return to the club. He told me he thought that was going to happen at one point. Fell through and signed a one-year deal with Minnesota. Strikeout of Ozuna. Back-to-back strikeouts. Well, Fowler and the Cardinals, boy, they need a hit. Missouri Lottery Fox Tracks.
Paint in the black. About the time we said that it was a tight zone, all of a sudden Angel Hernandez started giving those pitches on the corners to Lance Lynn. Ballard probably in the lineup because he has some success against Lance.
Also left-handed.
Yes.
I mean, that to me, if you had a left-handed bat, now's the time to get him in.
No, really, when you look at the complexion of this team, it really is so right-handed leaning. I'm sure they'd like to have a few more switch hitters or left-handed hitters just to equal it out a bit.
And again, it's worth repeating, Lynn, the average against him left-handed batters is .340. 2 balls, no strikes. So again, he falls behind on a hitter. Cardinals got a single by Pham. Martinez walked, and then back-to-back strikeouts to Young and Ozuna. Here's a 2-0. 2 balls and a strike.
There's what you're talking about there, Dan. Not too shabby with the right-handers at 294 also. And then with all the walks he's had a lot of base runners.
You talked about hitters being in between, not letting it go, or it gets too deep. And Fowler's a real good example of that.
You can just tell that last strike he took.
Fowler, base hit into center. He needed it. So did the Cardinals. A 2-out base hit, 2-0 St. Louis. Thank you, Dexter Fowler.
And doubled their output of the first 3 games right here in the first. And you knew Martinez was going to be able to score. He was getting a huge jump off of second base, rightfully so. Ball right in on him, and he just turns on it. Puts it up the middle, drives in 2 runs.
Oh, was that needed?
Don't stop now. Keep it on, adding on.
There's Jed Jerko. Jerko at third base today. Carpenter will be your first baseman. And a strike to Jerko. Cardinals have had 3 or fewer runs scored in 11 of the last 14. They've been averaging about 2.5 runs per game. That's it. It's their pitching that's kept them in these games. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Starting pitching has been really good. The only criticism is you'd like to see him go deeper in the games.
Cardinals did make a move with their bullpen today. Luke Gregerson on the DL. Impingement in his shoulder. And you guessed it, John Brebbia is back up. Scott Warman will have more on that. That's fouled back in a good rip. I can't imagine the frequent flyer miles right now for John Brebbia, and it's only May 16th. But somehow I would think the trips go a little better coming towards St. Louis or wherever the Cardinals are at.
Sometimes you have 72 hours to report when you go down. You need about 2 minutes when you're coming up.
You need me, I'll be there.
But, you know, he has a great attitude. He understands why. And really agrees with it, but he's victimized because he has options. And once again, maybe people don't realize that you can only lose one option a year. So you can go up and down 100 times and you still just lose the one.
This will be pitch number 33 already of the inning. And it's hit down the left field line, foul. We are not used to seeing Lance Lynn without his control. For the most part, pretty good control while in St. Louis.
I would agree with that. Not afraid to throw strikes. And, we talked about the fact that he didn't have very little spring training, maybe the last week, 10 days.
Two balls and two strikes. Jed Jerko. And he lines into the glove of Brian Dozier playing up the middle. The single and walk, Pham and Martinez, and then Fowler with 2 outs brings him in. 2-0 after a half inning. He's been one of the better pitchers in all of baseball. 5-0 all told in 7 starts this year. ERA of 2.5. Piling up the innings. Only 3 walks. Amazingly, he's faced 185 batters and he has a total of 3 walks, and he's doing it with a Hyundai pitch arsenal that has a wide assortment of pitches.
When going over to Japan the last 3 years, he really learned how to pitch and how to be efficient, how to get command of that breaking ball. He really does have a very good curveball.
There's Joe Mauer, the DH, part-time first baseman, emergency catcher. 2nd overall pick. And a lot of people questioned that pick at the time. Mark Prior went number 1 to the Cubs. And Joe Mauer, hometown kid, went to Minnesota. And what a pick it's been.
Yeah, been a great pick. And of course, Minnesota were lucky in the fact that he was a local product. So they made the right decision.
And he singles into center field on an 0-2 pitch. So Mauer at the top of Paul Molitor's lineup. Then Brian Dozier. Eddie Rosario leads the club in homers and RBI. Max Kepler, Mitch Garver, Logan Morrison, Byron Buxton. Slow start since returning from the DL. A-Ray Adrianza and Gregorio Petit. Brian Dozier has been one heck of a middle infielder with terrific power, at least 30 doubles, 5 straight years. And the last 2 years combined, he's popped 76 home runs for a second baseman.
We know about Paul DeYoung, and he hasn't hit an anniversary, but how many home runs that he has hit, and Dozier's right there on top of him.
And a strike. No surprise. 0-2 the count. Can you throw too many strikes?
Yes, you can. And, you know, it is something that you got to worry about a little bit. But when Miles is fun is he doesn't throw it down the middle. You know, he's usually pretty much at the bottom of the zone or throwing it on the corners. And he gets a high percentage of ground balls. So when he gets a base hit, you know, you aren't too concerned about it because he gets that pitcher's best friend, the double play.
Up and in. It's been a season series, this being the final of 4 games between the two clubs, just dominated by the Twins. 3 games outscored the Cardinals prior to today, 17-2, and they had 30 hits. The 2-2. A rare 3-ball count. He had the fewest in baseball coming into this start with just 16, and there's the best record at home against a single opponent. Minnesota 11-2 against the Cardinals. The start of interleague play back in the late 90s. Ground ball to Young. Tough play, and he'll get the lead man.
Oh, does a nice job to get to it. Remember, he's playing more up the middle this year, and so getting to that ball, he really only had one play, and that was the force out at second. And Garcia did the right thing, not even trying to get the batter out. He just act like a first baseman with a stretch to make sure they get the force out at second.
Eddie Rosario, left fielder with 9 homers. He's driven in 27. First pitch, a strike. Gorgeous day. Minnesota.
Not a cloud in the sky, which sometimes can create problems for the outfielders.
Love this ballpark too. Had the chance to walk around last night. Take in some of the concourses and various things that they have for fans to do. And to think that this franchise was nearly taken away. Moved from Washington, they became the Minnesota Twins. And then it was the talk of contraction. And Carl Pohlad wanted a new stadium, couldn't get it, finally gets through. Open air. Some believe you should have a dome or a roof here. That's a base hit into right center. The second hit for Minnesota in the inning. Rosario on his way to second, but stops. Back to first base, and Dozier to third.
Good job by Fowler to cut off that ball and get it back with a strong throw to second, holding Rosario to the single. So runners at first and third. Miles not quite as sharp as we've seen, you know, with his command.
I don't think he could have sold folks here on the idea of another dome because of the weather in the winter. You know, they want to get outside and experience the sunshine, but I think retractable roof certainly would have been something that a lot of fans, and I would definitely guarantee the players would say when it's 20 out, yeah, I'd like to see a roof.
And yet, you know, Old Municipal Stadium here before the Homer Dome, you know, was outside, and so, you know, they fared fairly well for all those years, but it's about $100 million extra for the roof.
In my understanding too, the way that the ballpark is situated here in the city, have been very tough for them to figure out how to do it too. There was not enough real estate, an area to put a stadium that would have a roof on it, or retractable roof, if you will. Here's the 0-1. Rosario is a threat to steal. He's got 4 this year. Miles needs that ground ball. It's right around 55% ground ball percentage this year. That pitch up and in. 2-1, and that's a pitch that they talked about in spring training, going up and in. Mike Maddox talks about it a lot. Up and in sets up the potential of a reach and a ground ball.
Well, you don't want to be dependent on one side of the plate. You also don't want somebody diving across the plate. So, yes, you do have to straighten them up every now and then they're going to go back away. You don't see a whole lot of repeating, like throwing one pitch up and in and throw another one. Hitter thinks he's going to be away, which Pena did set up before they threw over to first base. A lot of times the hitter will jam himself.
And a liner and a base hit into right, knocked down by Fowler. Cuts the lead to 2-1. Dozier scores on the single by Kepler, and he drives in his 15th.
Mike Maggs come out and talk to Miles, as he's not quite as sharp. There's a little breaking ball and some hard hit balls right there. Knocked the ball down, but it really didn't change the scoring at all.
The batter will be Mitch Garver. Mentioned it earlier that Jason Castro is done for the season for the Twins. Garver came up last year, appeared in 23 games, and has gotten the bulk of the playing time. It's grounded into one double play this season. 2-1 our score here in the home half of the first.
Backup catcher Bobby Wilson, who hit the home run in last night's ball game. It was his first home run in like 661 days.
And again, the first pitch high. A lot of pitches up here early on.
Yep. Up and a little bit more in the middle of the plate than what we're accustomed to seeing.
So runners at first and third with one out and a count of 1 ball and no strikes. Was the first run allowed by Miles Mikolas in the first inning of a game this season. As a matter of fact, he had allowed only 1 hit in the first inning of any game that he started. There's 2 strikes, 1 and 2 the count.
He's usually very good about the first 3 or 4 innings. And you would, a lot of times, you know, if you can get out of this first inning and then you regroup and kind of found your release point, find your little rhythm, and then things work in your favor after you get out of the first.
Miles would love the double play here. A ball and 2 strikes. And there it is. Gets the ground ball out at second. The turn, double play. 3 hits in the inning, 1 run scored. 2-1 after 1.
course, as Dan has alluded to, struggling offensively, and was with Mike Matheny in his office before or after last night's loss, and he said, hey, look, this team is not clicking right now. It's early in the season. He really believes that this team will turn things around. Talked to Greg Garcia among some of the other players before today's game. Said right now we are putting a lot of pressure on ourselves. Guys need to take a breath. Remember, it's a game and have some fun. Danny also went on to say that he believes that once a guy or two gets going, he thinks it's going to be a trickle-down effect with this Cardinals offense.
Yeah, we'll see. And a good start to this game. Thank you, Scotty. 2-1 Cardinals. Here's Matt Carpenter. He drops down to the 7th spot in the lineup. Hasn't done this for a couple of years. Normally either the leadoff man, he's hit second, he's hit third. And a high fly ball lifted down the left field line. Rosario over and makes the catch. Carpenter also lined out to left field last night, and it looks like he's trying to make the adjustment to go away from the shift.
Why not? You know, Dan, the great Rod Carew, 7 batting titles. Rod Carew always felt like he would never go into a prolonged slump because of his ability to bunt. And when you see all these shifts, you know, maybe some of these guys need to take that into consideration.
And a ball taken high by Francisco Pena.
There you see Rod.
Also Kirby Puckett there, yeah, on the left. It's lined foul.
And a nice talk with Tony Oliva yesterday.
He did some broadcasting for a while with the Minnesota Twins.
A little bit. He was in uniform. He was number 6. Great hitter until his legs gave out.
1 ball and 2 strikes.
There's Tony. We're comparing knee scars.
Here's a 1-2 and another foul ball.
The Twins have really gone full bore with analytics.
Talking to Jim Kaat about analytics the other day. And he actually said that he wanted to get with the GM and his team to learn more about it. And he said as a broadcaster, and he's also, by the way, working with MLB Network as an analyst, but in the front office with the Twins, and that's up and in. He said it's very tough to describe analytics, in his opinion, during a broadcast, but he thinks analytics do tell you why. They tell you the story, and he wants to learn more about it. There's Jim Kaat, one of the great all-time Minnesota Twins, and in my mind should be in the Hall of Fame.
283 wins, 16 Gold Gloves.
He had the most by a pitcher until Greg Maddux. He had 18. And if Jim Kaat would have cut his career short, we don't normally say this. A lot of times we say you need longevity in the game to go in the Hall of Fame. But if he would have cut it short, he pitched 25 years. Amazingly, 25 years. But if he cuts it short, the win total is even more impressive with the amount of years that he would have been in the game.
Because he went to relief role towards the end, so he's adding years but not getting many wins.
He said that Whitey Herzog at the very end of his career, and Jim was part of the '82 world champion Cardinals, would come to him before the season, and Jim said, I was just about ready to give it up each time, but Whitey said, I need you. I still believe in you, and if we need that one lefty out, I'm going to you. Here's a 3-2 pitch. And the amazing thing about Jim Kaat, and he lives not too far away from Jupiter, Florida, and talking with him in spring training, he'd always come to the ballpark. He'd be in his golf attire, He's a scratch golfer from both sides, right-handed and left-handed. That is amazing. Here's a 3-2 pitch. And a good at bat by Pena. The second walk issued by Lance. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live or on demand at home, in the office, or on the go with MLB.tv. Your subscription includes MLB at Bat Premium. And you can watch live baseball on your favorite supported devices. Visit MLB.tv for details. Normally a spot occupied for a pitcher in the National League. Now it's Greg Garcia. And a strike. Kolten Wong is 0 for his last 21, so Greg Garcia gets the start at second base today.
Greg's been productive on this trip. In San Diego, remember, he came off the bench, got a pinch hit, and then stayed in the game, got another hit. He's 3 for 8 on the trip. Not many can say that.
Jordan Lyles, by the way, who we saw score the winning run for the Padres the other night, is a pinch runner, and the walk-off by Eric Hosmer took a perfect game into the 8th inning yesterday for the Padres.
Remember, that's just his second start of the season. So you'd have to think they were really pushing it on his pitch total at that time.
Garcia slaps it the other way, and that's a base hit. Pena to second and stops there. So first time through the lineup, the Cardinals with 3 hits and 2 walks.
Love to see the low end of the order start something here. Just a nice piece of hitting, just guiding the ball the other way. How many times do you see the 7th, 8th, and 9th start a rally and then you turn it over to the top of the lineup and they just keep on going? That's what the Cardinals need right now. You just start punishing the ball.
GMC leaderboard and the runs leaders here in the month of May, and Tommy Pham in the top 10 of the National League, closing in on 30. Pham singled to left field to start the game. 7-pitch at bat. And the first pitch a ball. Right before our first pitch of the game, Tommy was down the left field line and playing catch with a fan. Love to see that. Well, certainly this has not been the start, I'm sure, that Lance Lynn envisioned against his former club. He's recorded 4 outs, and it's taken 52 pitches.
Been struggling with his control, and then, you know, extra adrenaline trying to face the Cardinals.
He said from here on out, he thought he would get a long-term deal, but he said, well, the way it all played out, maybe I'll just be a hired gun for the rest of my career and just go from team to team and try to get a deal. Turned down the qualifying offer from the Cardinals, so essentially accepted, and he didn't know it would unfold like this, but essentially about $5 million less from the Minnesota Twins. 2-2 the count. And a strikeout of Pham. 3rd today for Lance Lynn.
Time he got a base hit the first time up, but he'd been struggling. He'd 0 for 12 before the base hit. And they're not sure about the call.
Me neither. Here's Jose Martinez.
We don't count, though.
Yeah. Walked and scored back in the first. 2 runners on and a 2-1 Cardinals lead.
You would think this would be a good matchup for Jose.
And Lynn starts him off with a breaking pitch. I'm sure part of that is you're thinking about the fastball. And
right.
Jose and Jerko and DeYoung, very good fastball hitters. That's taken low.
Land's thinking right with us as he throws 2 breaking balls to him.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. Martinez, base hit into right. Here comes Pena. Kepler, the throw to the plate, not in time. Martinez to second, and it's 3-1 Cardinals.
Good base running right there. Martinez saw the high relay coming in, couldn't be cut off, so he could scoot on over to third base, or excuse me, second base. Pena scores.
All the runs have been scored with 2 outs against Lynn.
Pena scores easily from second. Garcia goes to third, and then on that high throw coming to the plate, Martinez was able to put himself in scoring position.
This becomes an important at bat early in a game. You know, base hit could make this 5-1 for a team that's been struggling to score runs, to put something together, and to do it with 2 outs. And a ball inside to DeYoung, who struck out back in the first inning.
Totally agree with you, Danny. Big hit right here, but don't sit on it. Just keep on adding on to it.
2 balls and no strikes. Not used to watching Lance Lynn struggle this much with the strike zone.
Right, and just see the slow pace.
Runners at second and third. The 2-0 missed in as Lentz glares back into the home plate umpire. That's ugly right there. 61 pitches, only 34 in the first, and then the rest here in the second and counting. And it's a walk, and the bases are loaded. 3rd walk issued by Lynn. Well, you can't say the weather has been a factor today. It's perfect, and right now he's struggling. And this becomes another big plate appearance. Taylor Rogers, one of 2 lefties for Minnesota, getting loose in their pen. The other is Zach Duke, the former Cardinal.
Gavin Alston, pitching coach.
Hey, Cardinal fans, if you can't catch a game on television, you can stream games live on your mobile device. Download the Fox Sports Go app, log in, stream the Cardinals. It's presented by T-Mobile. I would assume many of you are probably doing that right now at work, and we won't tell on you. At least I won't. I don't know about Al.
What's the bribe?
Numbers with the bases loaded for Ozuna. This year, 2 for 5, owner of 3 career grand slams. 1 home run shy of 100 in his career. Big gap in left center. And strike 1. We've seen a lot of the Cardinals upset with the strike zone already early on, and you know, it's one of those things where you say, look, you got to deal with it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's sometimes easier said than done, but you're absolutely right. Whether you're a pitcher or you're a hitter, worry about the things that you can control. Things that are beyond your control, you're just going to mess yourself up. Marcell has struggled against Lynn in the past. But one swing with the bases loaded change all that.
Here's a 0-1 pitch to Marcell Ozuna. Now, one thing I've noticed is that Lynn a few times has looked down at his fingers. And remember, he has had that blister issue before in his career. He's kind of been shaking the hand and maybe drying off the fingertips. Just wonder if that's something to watch for as we go along.
It also seems like he has trouble with the fastball command, which should be the easiest pitch to control.
The bases are loaded. The count 2 balls 1 strike. The next to Ozuna. Hits a high fly ball into right center. Buxton on the track and makes the catch. The Gold Glover, Platinum Glove winner as well. Cardinals strand the bases loaded, but Martinez makes it 3-1. Around the horn is presented by Dobbs. Ozuna, Pham, and Fowler in the outfield. On the infield, Jed Jerko, Paul DeYoung, Greg Garcia, and Matt Carpenter. And Francisco Pena is behind the plate. There's Logan Morrison, who had 38 home runs a year ago with Tampa Bay. Signed late and brought in to be a DH, first baseman, outfielder for Paul Molitor's club. Hitting just 195 and an exaggerated shift against him. And it's 0-2.
He's the only one in the lineup that has faced Michaelis in the past. It's 2 for 3. There you see the shift.
The shift, according to Morrison, got him to 38 home runs. He said, all I did was hit into the shift time and again, and I worried about putting the ball in the air, and in doing so, started launching the ball. It was a good pitch, and Pena liked it too.
He's always had power. Bounced around because with that power comes a lot of strikeouts.
Just a moment, we're going to take a look at Miles Michaelis before and now. Watch his delivery, how simple it is, just to step back and go. That pitch taken high. So it's not only the fact that he's throwing more strikes, doesn't walk anybody, has command of all his pitches, but to get there, a lot of it had to do with what he does now with his delivery. It's very, very simple. The changeup misses out. And the count runs full, his second 3-ball count of the day. Used to have a little bit of a higher leg kick, would fall off just a bit. Now everything for the most part directly to the plate. And a rare walk by Michaelis. So here's what we're talking about. On the left is Michaelis with Texas. Higher leg kick, much higher. You see with St. Louis, just picks it up and goes. And in Texas, he also fell off to the first base side.
It's the first time I've seen that, but that basically was, you know, he was a thrower. You know, didn't have the refined command control. He said even when he threw his fastball would vary about 6-7 miles an hour, and he didn't know why it would be 98 sometimes and 92 the other times.
And with falling off to his left, that would tell you he was max effort guy. A lot of guys that throw max effort, 100% on every pitch, trying to throw it through the catcher. That's what they do.
Yeah, remember he was a closer, you know, in AAA when he was with San Diego. 26 saves one year for Pat Murphy, bench coach now with Milwaukee. Pat Murphy said, you know, they tried to get him in Milwaukee, but Miles, because he lives in Jupiter and also wanted to be reunited with his pitching coach,
Mike Maddox. Breaking ball and just missed. Byron Buxton returned from the DL. Had a broken toe, and he's 2 for 16 since coming back, and that looked to be a strike.
He's got a good curveball, doesn't he?
You bet. You also notice when he goes to the stretch, watch when he is getting a feel for the baseball, he'll wiggle his glove, and that's to hide any of the grips that he may have, to not give that away to the hitter. Ryan Dempster used to do an exaggerated look at that.
You could do it two ways. You could do it that way, or you could really just, you know, take your hand and exaggerate opening so that a hitter can't see you spinning there trying to figure out your grip. I was watching, you know, Han from San Diego, their closer, and how from center field how much he was spinning it, but he obviously must not have been telegraphing it to the hitter.
2 balls and 2 strikes. And that's taken high. Buxton, the second overall pick back in 2012. Number 1 was Carlos Correa. And in that draft, the Cardinals selected 19th overall. And that was Michael Wacha. This guy's a good player.
Oh, slow offensively right now, but defensively.
That's off of Michaelis. Tough play here. Jerko to second and out. Somehow they got him. Morrison, I think he just took it for granted that he wouldn't go to second, and he never even slid. Off of Michaelis, barehanded by Jerko and Garcia at the bag at second. Take a look.
Yeah, looked like it's hit hard. Looked like down around the legs. There you see that didn't slide, runs into it. So you got to slow up a little bit to get to the bag. Don't let that big. Oh, see, look how slow he was trying to slow down and get there. You're absolutely right about not anticipating that he would throw to second. Michaelis is fine.
What a heads-up play that was by Jerko. See where it caught Miles Michaelis.
Stiff front leg, or I think went off the right leg.
May have gone off his wrist too. Either way, he says he's okay. Adrianza, the switch hitter, is batting 196 from this side, 318 from the right side. Buxton with 4 steals on the year. He's at first base. They think he's going to be at least a 20-20 man at some point, maybe even 30-30.
Remember when we were here in 15?
Made his debut.
He made his debut, right? Remember him being in the elevator the day he got active or came up.
They're still missing Sano, also one of the young stars that they hope to build around. Had a big season a year ago. It's a banged up club, but a chance to make hay, you would think, in the AL Central. Everybody is below the 500 mark. Cleveland leads the division by a half game, and they're 20-21.
It's crazy. I saw an article where they talked that right now there's 7 teams on pace to lose 100 games.
Wow. And a strike. Cardinals return home tomorrow. Good seats available all weekend long. Note the start time tomorrow at 6:15. The Phillies in town will have all 4 games on Fox Sports Midwest. Popped up left side. Marcell Ozuna backing up and makes the catch. So here it is, the upcoming homestand, our Budweiser What's on Tap. 4 with the Phillies, and then interleague play. Kansas City Royals will be in town, off day on the 24th. Club will travel to Pittsburgh, weekend series against the Pirates, and finish up the road portion of May in Milwaukee. So 2 outs, runner at first, and now Petit. He's at third base with Sano out. And the first pitch taken for a ball.
It's probably the most we've seen Michaelis, kind of struggle, be a little bit off.
Certainly deeper into counts.
Yeah, deeper into counts, and just not pitching it ahead of the count as we're accustomed. That's going to happen every now and then. You're just going to go out there and battle.
And the 2-0 is a base hit into center. Backhanded by Pham, and quickly back into the infield. Boy, Buxton can absolutely fly. He was at third base by the time the ball was back in the infield. I mean, he was just flying around second base.
Those long strides, and you got to be careful. Get that ball back in, and you better get it to somebody. And Tommy kind of bounced it into Garcia at second base. Boy, he would take off running. I don't know if they could have thrown him out.
Well, if you're an outfielder, you take note of that.
You better.
There's Joe Mauer, single back in the first on an 0-2 pitch. Went to Cretin Durham Hall, which is in St. Paul, about 6 miles away from here, as did his manager, Paul Molitor. He's the first ever USA Today Player of the Year in both football and baseball. How good was he in high school? Well, he was on the varsity for 4 years and struck out 1 time. Once in high school. He had a full ride to go play for Bobby Bowden at Florida State, QB. And now he lines a single into right field. Buxton will score to make it 3-2. It's a 3-time batting champ in Joe Mauer.
And one thing we're seeing here is so many more pitches in the middle of the plate. I mean, it's well off the plate there, and might have been on the inside corner, but the way he was positioned, it was right in the middle for him to stroke it.
Here's Dozier with runners at first and second. And a strike. Notice the breaking ball has had a little bit more of a hump instead of that sharp break today.
Yeah.
But as you well know, you'll have those types of days. It's trying to battle through it, and that's Major League Baseball. The 0-1, now 0-2.
Mistake he made this inning was the walk to Morrison. He was a race to enforce out, but then Buxton came around to score the run.
Here's the 0-2. Pop foul and out of play. What a day here in Minnesota. Boy, it is perfect. Love this ballpark too.
Yeah, beautiful weather. Said our hotel, you could walk to this ballpark, and then in the winter time they have all the walkways between the buildings that you can pretty much get around this city without ever going outside. But today you'd want to be outside.
The fans are ready to get out. You mentioned the poor weather that they had in April and losing game after game in terms of not even playing on the schedule. So a lot of makeups coming up for the Minnesota Twins. And the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball doesn't get the call.
Matter of fact, Monday night, Seattle on their way back home stopped in here to get one of the makeup games. They lost a 3-game series to that snowfall.
Boy, that's one thing the Cardinals enjoy in a sport that's built around travel. Cardinals have some of the easiest, if not the easiest, travel in all of baseball.
Centrally located.
Yep. Seattle, that's tough. Seattle also got tough news yesterday with Robinson Cano. PED suspension, will not be available for postseason play. He'll lose about $11 million after signing that monster deal to go to the Great Northwest, and probably lost his ticket, if he had one, to Cooperstown.
Yeah, a lot of people felt like he was on his way. So we've got 5 years left on that contract.
Robinson Cano suspended 80 games. Positive for a banned substance. Longtime Yankee. Great player. But now labeled as one that's used PEDs. And like we said, not eligible for the playoffs. The 2-2. And it's out of play again.
Mentioned that Paul DeJong, his major league debut was May 28th of last year. He's hit 33 home runs. That's second in the majors to Dozier, who's hit 34, and also Lindor, 34 among all major league middle infielders.
The 2-2 pitch. And the runners get a head start now, 3-2. With 2 outs here in the home half of the second. And there they go, and there he goes. Strikeout, and the first of the afternoon for Miles Mikolas. Louis Cardinals baseball is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. Three to 2 our score. And here is Dexter Fowler to lead it off. Fowler with an RBI base hit. With 2 outs, it scored 2 back in the first inning. 67 pitches already for Lance Lynn, so you're going to see both bullpens here today. And the 1-0 to the Cardinals right fielder. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cardinals have been waiting for either Fowler or Carpenter, mainly one of the two, if not both, to catch fire, get this offense going. To an extent, Marcell Ozuna as well. Now he's been okay, it just hasn't been to the level that we saw a year ago.
Yeah, Brevia is thrown in the bullpen.
And a lefty up again, that's Taylor Rogers. I just wonder if something happened, that ball back to Mikolas that hit off him, if that's maybe of concern right now for the Cardinals.
Yeah, possibly, but you know, it does raise a little warning flag that he's up, with the pitcher spot being 5 spots away.
DH though in play, so you don't have to worry about that.
Right. Yeah.
That's fouled back. Oh, what a play by a fan to our left. A screamer back here, and he got it barehanded with no problem whatsoever.
One-handed too.
Wearing a Justin Morneau jersey. That fit him maybe about 15 years ago.
Yeah.
The 2-2 is fouled back.
Yeah, maybe 20.
Was trying to be kind.
Morneau.
Roy Smalley and Justin Morneau. Morneau there on the right. Had to retire with concussion symptoms and issues there.
And Mauer made quite a pair, didn't they?
Oh boy. Former MVP and a first baseman. Won a batting title, you may recall, when he went to the Colorado Rockies. Good player. Another one of those Canadian-born players that put up big numbers. The 3-2 pitch now to Fowler. And it's a leadoff walk and the 4th walk issued by Lynn. I'm sure he was looking forward to this start in a big way, but it has not gone his way at all.
And you can kind of look at his body language where now they send out the catcher to stall a little bit. You just wonder if that's more time for the bullpen.
Want to buy or sell tickets at the last minute? Get the StubHub app and you can grab 100% MLB verified tickets up until the first pitch or sell your extras to another fan. Get the StubHub app today. StubHub, an official partner of the Cardinals. Here's Jedd Gyorko. Gyorko hit a soft liner to end a threat back in the first inning. Boy, Mitch Garver is taking a beating back there. We're only in the 3rd. Angel Hernandez will give him a little time to catch his breath.
Straight into the mask.
You know, Brebbia continues to throw, and he's not hot yet.
No.
He's just kind of playing catch. But it does make you wonder if that's going to be it for Michaelis.
You saw him sitting on the dugout, you know, sitting in there like he's preparing to pitch.
Now it could be a situation too where I'm not sure when he got to the ballpark. He might be just getting loose, and
True.
You know, relievers every day go out and play catch, so that might be his time to do it. He may have just gotten to the park. Paul Molitor, the Hall of Famer, out to check on his catcher. What a great player he was. Over 500 steals, over 3,000 hits, world champion with the Blue Jays. I often wonder what these great players think about the game today, how it's played.
Good point.
It's a different game.
Oh, much different.
How they incorporate analytics, the style of managing as opposed to Tom Kelly or even back then Ron Gardenhire.
You know, we talk about how it's home runs and strikeouts, and you know, when you don't hit home runs, that is, you know, the pace of play today, just hard for anybody to get into it.
No balls and a strike on Jedd Gyorko. Runner goes, and a throw down to second, and Fowler is out. Caught stealing Dexter Fowler. I can see why the Cardinals would want to do that.
Yeah, you know, after getting your bell rung or anything like that, you think that he's maybe still a little woozy, but he fired a strike down there, and we lose a base runner. Slides right into the tag. Cardinals have 19 steals and caught 15 times.
That pitch in the dirt bounced the plate, and a strike on Gyorko. So strikeout number 4 for Lance Lynn, and Jed can't believe that either. And it brings in Matt Carpenter. Bounced about a foot or two in front of the plate. Tough to tell there where it bounced, but it definitely did. So Carpenter flied to left first time up. Matt right now more walks than hits. He's got 23 walks, 16 hits. One of 3 major leaguers that can currently say that. One of those is Bryce Harper. Teams just don't pitch to Bryce. That pitch in the dirt. 1-1.
Looking for another walk will be a milestone for him, 500.
And today playing in his 900th career game with the Cardinals. When he gets one hit, that's it. The Cardinals in that time frame have been 127 games above 500. So it does tell you the importance in what he means to this club. Under 500 with no hits.
And it's been a while since he's had a hit.
Now, a lot of that is the stats make sense. He's been a leadoff man. If he doesn't get a hit, he's not getting on. They're not generating offense. That pitch down and in. 2-2. Three infielders on the right side. Outfield is straight away. The 2-2 pitch. And he struck him out. So back-to-back strikeouts in 5 this afternoon for Lance Lynn. Midway through 3. And the Redbirds on top by a run.
As Luke Gregerson, who pitched a third of an inning last night, was put on the 10-day DL, and the Cardinals bring up John Brebbia. Mike Matheny telling us before today's game that Luke Gregerson not only dealing, Danny, with some shoulder problems, but also with some elbow problems. This, by the way, this is the 5th time Brebbia's already been called up this year.
It's been a mash unit, though, for the Cardinals, hasn't it?
It has. You think about it. Think about the 5 guys that are on the DL from the pitching staff right now. You got Lyons, Leone, now Gregerson, Adam Wainwright, along with Carlos Martinez.
Wow. And we understand that Martinez will not make a start this weekend.
Yeah, I asked Mike Matheny about that before today's game, Dan, and he said that he will miss the next start. Remember, he put on the DL last week, and they thought he was only going to miss 1 turn. He's going to have an MRI done tomorrow, Dan, in St. Louis, and I think we'll have a better gauge at where Carlos is going to be at. I asked him if John Gant is going to fill that hole. He said it's leaning towards that way, but they haven't made a definitive decision yet if Gant's going to replace Carlos Martinez.
All right, Scotty, thanks. Great to have you on the trip, albeit for 1 game. Jim Hayes back home in the studios, and you know Jimmy is manning the studios, and I'm sure probably not talking much. That's tapped foul. What do you give me that look for?
Not talking much. The cat always has great news.
The top reporter, not just one of them. He is the, no offense, Scotty, but you're mostly in the studio, so he is the top reporter among regional cable journalists. There's a drive into right. That'll be off the wall. Played perfectly by Fowler. And he holds Rosario to a long single. But Jim, wherever he is at, and today it's the studio, always practicing journalism.
Regional cable journal.
That's right. Rosario, he's 2 for 2.
He's really kind of got my attention. These 4 games that we've seen, 2 in St. Louis, 2 here, that Rosario looks like a pretty good player. You know how they say if you can play, they'll find you. Kepler they found in Berlin.
His mom and dad were ballet dancers.
Ballet dancers. He had a scholarship to Steffi Graf's tennis in Berlin. Tennis Foundation.
He turned that down and told mom and dad he wanted to play the game of baseball. They moved back to the States. He was a young boy at that point and got hooked to the game, and here he is in the big leagues from Berlin, Germany.
Say he's one of 43 German-born players to play in the major leagues and speaks 4 different languages, fluent in 4.
It's one thing I really regret. I wish I knew Spanish better. I know little bits and pieces. I think you do too from your time from winter ball, but you know, you think about the influx of the great talent that's coming from the Dominican or Venezuela, and you'd love to know more about these players. It's just the barrier of language does prohibit that at times. You try. The fly ball into center. But that is a regret of mine for sure.
Oh, I think it's everybody's. And then when you think about these European, they speak multiple languages. Of course, the Romance languages are all, you know, Spanish, French, and Italian are all somewhat similar. So you speak one, you can figure out the rest of the other 2.
I had somebody tell me the other day about the fraternization that goes on before games, and I said, well, he said, I don't like it. I said, well, you don't have to like it, but it's part of the game. And here's a double play. But imagine being in a foreign country and being able then to see your countrymen and communicate, laugh. That's part of it. Double play, second turn. Golf's strongest field competes the PGA Championship. Limited tickets remain. Monday's opening day through Thursday opening round. Really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And it's the 100th PGA. And Bellerive is in magnificent shape as they get that ready. And a lot of different programs going on with the city in that time. And the eyes of the golf world will all be on the city of St. Louis. To get those tickets, PGAchampionship.com. PGAchampionship.com. Our Chevy Colt to the pen. It's the lefty Taylor Rogers and his 17th appearance. So that's it for Lynn. 3 innings, 4 walks, 3 runs, and a tough outing. He did strike out 5.
You can't be happy about that, can he?
Nope. And the first pitch to Payne is hit out of play.
And you know how big and strong that Lance is. You don't really worry about that artificial barrier of 100 pitches, but
I would assume the Twins, you know, you're quarter way through the season, you start to get worried. 4 2/3 last time, 3 innings here today, all the walks that are piling up. This is his shortest outing of the year today. But if you're Paul Molitor, that's the last thing you need. Go into a bullpen now.
Yeah, and maybe send a little wake-up call to him too, to be more efficient. Remember, they had a scheduled off day, but they had to play on Monday.
It's now 6 starts where Lynn has not gotten through 5. Pena walked and scored back in the 2nd inning. And he taps it foul.
They do have an off day tomorrow. So and we'll get a chance to see Zach Duke, another member of the Minnesota bullpen.
And the 1-2 is put in play, gloved by Petit, and there's one away. Hyundai pitch arsenal on Taylor Rogers. Fastball, curve, and a changeup.
It's funny how the curveball has come back in vogue. There's a period of time when the strike zone had shrunk from the top, and they stopped throwing it because they weren't calling it.
Garcia drags a bunt up the first base line and out. No argument there from Ali Marmol.
As a pitcher, you come down that line, you kind of have to guess the speed of the runner, or do I get a late break? Determines how, if you run parallel to the line, or do you have to run directly to it? But an athletic play right there. Very close.
Really close.
You saw that Garcia was really looking at the board to try and get a better look. I think he thought he beat it out.
So 2 outs, and the first pitch is strike to Tommy Pham. Nothing at 2. Tommy Pham has talked about being a 30-30 man this year. So here are the players. 30 home runs, 30 steals since the beginning of 2017. And remember, Tommy missed about the first 6 weeks or so of last year's regular season. Skies it, hits it a mile high. That's Petit, called up by the shortstop Adrianza. And the Cardinals go in order. Midway through 4, St. Louis on top. Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cardinals. Stone Arch Bridge, built by James J. Hill, local legend here in this area. As Michaelis is back to work, there's a bunt against the shift, and we were just talking about this off the air as Logan Morrison is the first out. In my opinion, if teams are going to shift against these hitters, Morrison, Carpenter, and so many others, they're going to have to incorporate learning how to bunt just to keep teams honest.
Yeah, I think so. And it took an exceptional play. Nice play by Michaelis to get over here, barehanded, and throws him out. But he got that another foot away from him, he'd probably be safe. And who knows? Trailing by a run, you get that leadoff man on base, good things could happen.
Gene Glenn, the third base coach of the Minnesota Twins, worked with Logan Morrison exactly on that spring training, and here it was against the shift. Why not?
Yeah, see, he's the only player there that Michaelis has a chance. We got a little closer down the line, or a little harder to get by the pitcher. Gene Glenn's been around a long time.
And a swing and a miss by Buxton, who's 0 for 2. Really looking forward to this night. Celebrate the history of baseball in St. Louis. Negro Leagues Tribute Day is this Sunday, May 20th. Purchase of a special theme ticket, fans receive a pinstripe St. Louis Stars cap, and your tickets can be yours at cardinals.com/theme. Love that hat. Celebration of the Negro Leagues. And a ball just outside to Adrianza.
Some of the stories and the nicknames of the Negro Leagues.
A statue of Cool Papa Bell outside of St. Louis in Busch Stadium.
Cool Papa Bell was so fast he could get in bed and in under the covers before the room got dark. Turn off the light.
He was working at City Hall as a janitor. Late stages of his life.
When he found out, you know, that he was going into the Hall of Fame, and
they couldn't find him.
Yeah.
They tracked him down at City Hall.
And then did get to live a little bit of the final years as a celebrity, but great story.
Here's a 1-2. Certainly a more efficient inning. This will be the 10th pitch here in the bottom of the 4th from Miles Michaelis. Now time called.
Kind of, you know, I mean, this is why you keep on battling out there. But finally, you find a rhythm or a little bit of a groove, and hopefully you can keep on putting up zeros and be in line for his 6th victory and 6 decisions.
Did you ever meet Satchel Paige?
Oh yeah. Technically, he was a pitching coach when I was at Tulsa.
That's what I thought.
But he didn't talk to the players. He hung out with the grounds crew.
That slapped the other way into shallow left, and Ozuna with the catch. The 1-2-3 go the Minnesota Twins, and we head to inning number 5. All right, Jim. 3-2 our score, and a strike to Jose Martinez. Bob Kendrick runs the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum in Kansas City, and the great Buck O'Neil, boy, you could not have had a better spokesperson than Buck O'Neil, who signed Lou Brock.
Signed Lou Brock, and just a great storyteller. He roomed with Satchel Paige.
Managed the Kansas City Monarchs.
Bob Feller told me that after the season they used to barnstorm with the Negro League All-Stars. He said we made more money barnstorming than he did playing in the American League.
Is that right?
That's what he told me.
I would love to have seen Josh Gibson.
Me too. I mean, that's the guy
really,
I'm intrigued by too. The great home run hitter, catcher.
Inside to Jose Martinez. I have not seen Jose wearing his sleeve for Venezuela, and I'm assuming that's because Major League Baseball came down on him.
Yeah, and came down on him that I know, like the shoes, you have to have 51%.
That's driven out to left, and extra bases here for Jose Martinez. It's off the wall, and he's on base for the third time. 2 hits and a walk.
51% of the shoe has to be your team color, and they cracked down on the sleeves. I noticed yesterday Colton Wong was wearing his Hawaiian one. They have not said anything to Ozuna about his sleeve. Good shot right there. You know, the Cardinals have really struggled against left-handed pitching, only batting .216, but Jose is a little higher, pushing 300 now.
There's Paul DeJong. Ben Zobrist was wearing black cleats.
Yes.
And he's not real happy about that. He wants to be able to wear those.
Yeah, they told him that, you know, and he's doing it as to honor Ernie Banks and the others that, you know, that we only wore one color for a long time. The black.
And DeJong sends one into right. That ball is down. One hops off the wall. Martinez will score, and DeJong in with a double, and that makes it a 4-2 St. Louis lead.
19th RBI for DeJong, and you'd love to see him trade places. Eventually the Cardinals struggle against left-handed pitching. Paul DeJong just over 100 against lefties, so good to see him go the opposite way, drive in a run, and put himself in scoring position.
There's Marcell Ozuna. Sometimes he wears that fluorescent green, yellow compression sleeve. Today it's white. And a strike. Called out on strikes and fly to center with the bases loaded.
You ever hear the story about how the Cardinals finally went to red shoes? 1974 is when Adidas came out with the shoes. Before that was Rawlings, and it was, you know, kangaroo that made the kangaroo hide. That was illegal, but they came out with these shoes. They were about a half the weight of the spikes that we all wore. And that was a year that Lou was going for the stolen base record. So every day for about 2 weeks, Reggie Smith, after batting practice, would go to Lou. Lou, can we wear them? Can we wear them? And we had to wait till Lou finally got comfortable wearing the red shoes before we all changed to it as a team.
High fly ball, left field. Rosario racing over to make the catch near the line. The BJC Healthcare difference maker. Take you back to the first inning. Dexter Fowler, 2 outs and a base hit into center. That would score 2 and put the Cardinals on top. In the third, he walked, was caught stealing. This is where he's really struggling. 1 for 30 against left-handed pitching this year.
Having a good game, and really when you looked at his personality, it didn't change. You know, when he's been struggling of late, not playing, still the likable guy, the smile on his face, always greeted you.
You know, we're talking about home runs, and that's what guys are paid for, and they're not paid for moving a runner over. The Cardinals do not move runner from second to third with nobody out.
Little things like that are the difference in going in postseason and not going in postseason.
And that's back to the pitcher. Rogers steps and throws to get the shore out. And DeYoung advancing from second to third. Fox Sports Midwest proud to support Yadier Molina's Foundation for Flavors of Puerto Rico, presented by Rums of Puerto Rico. And proceeds from the charity will benefit victims of Hurricane Maria. All you have to do is visit YadierMolina.com for more info or to become a corporate event sponsor. So that's it for Rogers. Matt McGill, a right-hander, coming on. When we come back, we're in the 5th, and the Cardinals have the lead. Lead runner at third, 2 outs. His numbers this year very good. .90 ERA in his 7 appearances. Only 1 walk in 10 innings.
Only been scored upon in 1 game. His contract was selected on April the 28th. Originally drafted by the Dodgers in the 31st round back in 2008.
Boy, how about the Dodgers? They are reeling right now. Didn't see that one coming.
No.
Los Angeles is now 16-25. They've lost 5 in a row, and they're doing it against poor teams.
Yeah, and they've lost some key players to injury, but that's everybody does.
First 3 games, 1 for 8. Runners in scoring position. Today, Already 9 opportunities, 3 for 9. Jerko over 2, hit a soft liner to second and struck out. Big gap in left center, the 2-1. That's taken high. On deck, Matt Carpenter. Both teams with 6 hits aside and a 4-2 Cardinal lead. There's a strike. Full count.
Actually, McGill has better success against left-handed batters than the righties.
Popped up a mile high. Foul territory. Logan Morrison is there and makes the catch. Inning started against Rogers, the lefty, with back-to-back doubles. Martinez into left center, and then DeYoung into right. 4-2 Cardinals. And the first pitch by Michaelis is taken low. Gregorio Petit, 9th place hitter. Then the top of the lineup, Mauer and Dozier. The check swing did not go. 2 balls, no strikes.
Michaelis probably not going to get 7 innings like he's been doing lately, but has settled down. He's retired 5 in a row. His best stretch of the game.
Outside, 3-0. Command has not quite been to the level that we've seen it, but still not shabby. He's had just 1 walk and allowed 6 hits. There's a strike, and he struck out 2.
Got to the point where we were expecting him not to even have a 3-ball count.
He's had 3 of those today. And there's the leadoff walk. Great moment in baseball last night at Fenway Park. Stephen Piscotty up and knocks it over the monster in left. His first at bat since coming back after his mother had passed away. Gretchen Piscotty from ALS. Many around baseball have gotten behind a fund in her name, and certainly behind Stephen. First at bat, hits a home run, touches his heart, looks to the sky. Love to see that.
Oh yeah.
Stephen, a good guy in a baseball trade that worked out.
Yeah, really nice what the organization did for Steven to get him a chance to get back home to see his mother. So, you know, Billy Beane really complimented John Mozeliak for making that trade and talked about the kindness the Cardinals show to their players.
I would say this, though, make no mistake, it's still a baseball deal.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals got some talent coming back.
Right. And we saw Munoz, and we didn't really get to see Schrock. But I understand he's tearing it up at AAA, and we'll see him at some point. Another little infielder.
And a high fly ball lifted out to deep left off the bat of Mauer. That'll stay in the ballpark. The catch made by Ozuna. Petit back to the bag at first. First time that Joe Mauer has been retired. And it brings in Brian Dozier, who has scored a run and struck out. Big cut and a swing and a miss. Room on the right side of the infield. They play him to pull straight away in the outfield. Little tapper up the third base line. 0-2 the count. From the Herb Carneal press box, one of the great voices of baseball, certainly a sports figure here in this town. Didn't have a signature call, but yet called it perfectly. Great description. Fans used to love to hear 3-2 to Killebrew. Killer, and he was anything but. What a nice man.
You're absolutely right about that. Just a real credit. As you say, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
Met him a couple of times at your golf event. A gentleman.
Yeah, real gentleman.
Here's a 1-2, fouled back.
Associating with me probably hurt his image a little bit, but
he's a big man. Nearly 600 home runs. Statue of Harmon Killebrew just outside the park. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
he was originally drafted by the Twins out of high school, but didn't sign.
And why not?
Just didn't think the money was there. Now, it was, you know, my senior year in high school was the first year I pitched, so I didn't know really what I was doing. And Jess Flores, really an outstanding coach there, or scout, Southern California, signed Blyleven, amongst many, many people that got to the big leagues, but they were doing it without any money.
Out there, tough to turn 2, and Dozier safe at first on that slowly hit ground ball.
About Jerko there, you know, I mean, who would think that ball slowly hit that you could get a force out at second base?
So important, though, to keep that runner out of scoring position.
Yeah, hanging breaking ball, you get a real slow break out of the box for Dozier. Tried to make it close.
Eddie Rosario. Cardinals can't get this guy out. He had a good 2-game series in St. Louis. 2 for 2 today. A single to right center and a single off the wall in right. It was played perfectly by Fowler. This time he pops it up. Who wants it? It drops. A throw into second base. Nobody at the bag at first. Doesn't matter. So Rosario back in. And he's 3 for 3. Boy, with 2 outs, Dozier standing at third. Should be home, right?
Yeah, it should be.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of put his head down, thinking it's out. He stops.
2 outs.
There's 2 outs. Yeah, right. Look at what Mikolas. Mikolas is there. You know, as we always talk about, there's always a place to go. But yeah, Mike's going to make a pitching change.
Wow, with Kepler coming up, the lefty, and 1 out away from potentially registering for a win. That's going to be it for Mikolas. 85 pitches, and they'll go with Brett Cecil to face Max Kepler with 2 runners on when we come back. Here in the bottom of the 5th. And the starter today should be out of it. Miles Mikolas with that bloop base hit into shallow left. And instead it's runners at first and third, and now Brett Cecil, lefty-lefty matchup here with Kepler.
Even if he gets him out, I don't like this move. 85 pitches for your starter.
That's pulled foul.
We've seen much better work from Cecil this year. Looks like he's found the grip on his curveball.
And the 0-1. Kepler against left-handed pitching actually has been better than righties. Pulled foul again, 2 strikes.
You know, Cecil was on the, remember, pitched opening day a third of an inning and then went on the disabled list, recently come back. So very small sample size, but lefties are 2 for 7 against him.
Two and two. And he got him. So the move for the moment pays off. A strikeout for Brett Cecil.
After one man, Kepler, and brings it here to Carpenter, who is 0 for 2. 0 for his last 24. But trying to find that swing. You know, Carpenter usually takes more pitches than anybody in the National League, but right now it just seems like he's in between, taking a lot of called strikes. In spring training, you've tried to change things. He hit 241 last year, and he said, that's not me. And wanted to get back to hitting the ball in the gap. Remember, he had 55 doubles a couple years ago. Probably feels like every time it comes up there, he's got a couple strikes on him. 0-2 before he even starts. But the only way he's going to battle his way out is to swing. But here's what we're talking about. You know, what's wrong with the leadoff bunt signal? Take it to left field, and he gets the base hit. That's a good piece of hitting right there, and he definitely needed that, Danny.
And going the other way, too. So the base hit for Matt Carpenter. Clearly a swing designed to go the other way, and the Cardinal leadoff man is aboard here in the top of the 6th.
And let that ball get deep, and then you saw him just kind of guide it out towards left field. And he's done a real nice job as a backup.
First hit in his last 21 ABs. Presley getting loose in the Minnesota pen. Here's Francisco Pena. He has walked and scored and also grounded out to third. Just the third hit to left field this year for Carpenter. He's aboard.
Right here, you'd love to see Pena shoot one towards right field.
Normally you'd say you wouldn't bunt in this spot in the National League with the pitcher coming up, but that may change here. You know, you think about it, you've got a position player on deck, 2-run lead, something you could think about. You also worry about the double play off his bat.
Yeah.
He's swinging and it's fouled away.
At the first baseman, Holt and Carpenter on. You got Dozier, the second baseman, kind of playing up the middle. So a lot of room on the right side if you could guide one that way and get a first and third.
Upstairs. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Carpenter is running, hit and run to perfection on his way to third. Little squibber and it finds a hole into right as they begin by starting Carpenter, and it pays off.
He broke his bat, and so it just accentuates the fact that that ball very slow getting in, and good inside out stroke right there. Yeah, that ball almost doesn't have enough muster to get to the right fielder, so Carpenter easily could walk over to third base. First and third, nobody out. Good time to add on.
Greg Garcia at the plate. You know, you like him in this spot because he puts the ball in play. He makes things happen for the most part.
Yeah, usually doesn't expand the zone. Got a good knack for on-base percentage.
Outfield is shallow, straight away. Runners at first and third. One ball, one strike.
He's getting a little more playing time on this trip, so he's been able to produce a little bit. Got 4 hits. Four for 10, and you feel like you come up there in your pinch hitting performances and you got a chance to succeed.
Bunting, and it's in the air, thankfully for the Cardinals, and out of play.
Didn't like that.
Tried to bunt his way on his previous time up. And he's also singled to left. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tommy Pham at the on-deck circle. Cardinals have to at least get 1 in this spot, if not more.
Get greedy, Dan.
All right. Strikeout of Garcia, no argument. He knew it. And it brings in Pham, who is singled and scored, struck out, and also popped out. Paul Molitor, the slow walk out to the mound, and another pitching change coming up. That'll be it for McGill, and Ryan Presley coming on. You're watching Cardinals baseball, day baseball, right here on Fox Sports Midwest. Kids Club presented by Rawlings. Receive exclusive Kids Club merchandise, access to the members only autograph party, and 2 future game tickets, all for just $30. Cardinals.com/Kids Club. Here's Pham with 2 runners on. And the first pitch taken for a ball. Presley, a hard thrower. A Chevy call to the pin. That pitch at 97. And he's had his way with right-handed batters. No home runs and a 196 average against. Big gap in left center for Tommy Pham. Out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Two strikes.
He was acquired in the Rule 5 draft back in 2012. Been with the Twins ever since. He's a club of strikeouts. They're relievers. Strikeouts and innings.
Inning start with a base hit to left by Carpenter. Pena on a hit and run. Slow ground ball that found a hole in the right side. Strikeout of Garcia. Now the 2-strike pitch to Pham, and he strikes out. It's now 7 Cardinal strikeouts. Chevy Foxtracks. The big one here. Should be a fun weekend at Busch Stadium. Bob Gibson will be honored on Friday. And then on Saturday, it's the '68 reunion. Many of those players will be back in town. Here's Jose Martinez. Walked and scored in the first. 2-out RBI single to right in the second. And a double and a run scored in inning number 5. And there's a strike. Take a look at our Nissan drive of the game in the 5th. Back-to-back doubles. This one to left center. And then DeYoung into right to bring him in. So many big names will be back in town, including Tim McCarver and Bob Gibson and the '68 team back in St. Louis.
See one of these good at bats against this power right-hander against Jose. A couple of at bats against Aroldis Chapman. What convinced Mike Matheny and Cardinals that Jose could hit at this level.
There's a 1-1 pitch to Martinez. Fastball right down the middle. He's not happy with himself. He spins away.
Bottom of the zone right there.
This could be a momentum swing in this game if the Twins can get out of it with runners at first and third and nobody out.
Go down swinging.
He does, and a ground ball to Dozier. Twins will get out of it. First and third, nobody out. The Cardinals do not score. It remains 4-2.
Heroes, because no matter where you serve or when you served, we stand ready to serve all military families.
Matt Bowman into the ball game. Third pitcher used by the Cardinals. Brett Cecil got a strikeout of Max Kepler. Final out in the bottom of 5 is the starter Miles Mikolas, went 4 2/3. 17th appearance for Matt Bowman. Cardinals pass on a golden opportunity. Runners at the corners, nobody out, and they cannot score. Be Mitch Garver, Logan Morrison, and Byron Buxton.
Bowman had a good outing against Minnesota on May the 7th. Struck out a season high 3 batters, tied his career high. He's done that 5 times.
And it's 0-2.
Hasn't been the easiest for Bowman this year. It seemed like he's got that great power sinker, but he's having trouble getting it down to where it sinks. If it's up, it stays flat.
It's off of Pena and to the screen. 0-2 the count. So reunion of the '68 team: Tim McCarver, Julian Javier, Mike Shannon, Lou Brock, Bobby Tolan, Ed Spezio, Bob Gibson, Ray Washburn, Steve Carlton, Mel Nelson, Larry Jaster, all would be back in St. Louis. It should be a lot of fun.
Mel Nelson, I haven't heard his name for a long time.
Well, he's headed to St. Louis.
Yeah. Julian Javier, the ghost. On that because nobody could hit him at second base.
In a time when base runners tried to take you out.
Tried to take you out, and you would just disappear on him.
It's another aspect of the game that we just don't see anymore. Those hard collisions at second base, turning a double play. Very rarely. And a fly ball into shallow right center, racing in Pham, and he's got it. Makes the catch for the out. This year, the 50th anniversary of the '68 National League Championship team, and it's this Saturday. 30,000 fans 16 and older take home a wearable replica of the 1968 NL Championship ring. That's the ring that the players and the coaches received, and you can get a replica this weekend. Cardinals.com/promotions. One out here in the home half of the sixth. Logan Morrison at the plate. Tried to bunt his way on. Took a good play by Michaelis. And he's also walked. 0 for 1. Two balls and no strikes, and with that, Carpenter leaving his position, or check that, Jerko leaving his position at third base to move to the right side of the infield. And the 2-0. Three balls and one strike. And the 3-1 pitch. Hit the other way. Well hit too. This may go. It does. A home run. His 5th of the year, and that cuts a lead to 1. It's now 4-3.
And that's the 4th home run that Bowman has allowed to a left-handed batter. They were batting over 300 against him. Of course, so were right-handers. But big, strong. 38 home runs a year ago, and I think he beat the shift.
That's one way you can. There's Byron Buxton. Starters have been so good here recently for the Cardinals this last time through. The relievers, 5.31 ERA. Now, the starters haven't been going very deep, but that's across the board in Major League Baseball. Some good action on that breaking pitch. 1-1.
Bowman just doesn't get the ball down like he used to.
The 2-2 pitch. Again, another pitch heads up. Outfield straight away, defensively on the infield, a quote-unquote normal setup. Defenses will move pitch after pitch, depending on count, situation. But that's about as traditional looking defense you'll get in baseball.
And the thing that changes, you see how far the first baseman is off the first base line, much further. But that last pitch was his good power sinker where he fouls it off the batter's leg. You think about Bowman just come in and just fire that sinker and get ground ball outs right away. You're 20 pitches.
Right-hander starts to throw in the Cardinal pen. And Buxton pops it up. Pena throws the mask and puts it away for the out. Buxton now 2 for his last 19 since returning to the lineup. It's Jordan Hicks. You know, ideally, I think the way it would play out if you're Mike Matheny, Hicks in the 7th, Holland in the 8th, Norris in the 9th. But this is Major League Baseball. Not all always goes to plan. Here's Adrianza. And a strike. Fly to left and also lined out to left. One ball and 2 strikes. Looking ahead to the 7th, the Cardinals will have DeYoung, Ozuna, and Fowler, 3, 4, and 5. And the next by Bowman is in the dirt to even it up. Full count.
No walks.
And him out in front. Just got a piece. A beautiful afternoon here in Minnesota. Early start time tomorrow with the Phillies in St. Louis. Will come your way 5:30, the pregame show. If you have a ticket, 6:15, the first pitch. Pulled foul again.
Pitches.
Well, not efficient. Also allowed the home run. And a strikeout. And he comes to a close. 3, 4, and 5 coming up. The 7th inning. The one-run game. All right, Jimmy, thank you. The Honda home run inning. Cardinals hit a home run. The Gateway Honda dealers donate $1,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Missouri. Here's DeYoung on base twice with a walk and an RBI double. Presley in his 2nd inning of work. Lance Lynn, the starter for the Twins, went 3. Miles Michaelis 4 2/3. Here's a 1-0. Popped foul and out of play. Jake Arrieta on the mound tomorrow for the Phillies. Luke Weaver for the Cardinals. Game 2. Michael Wacha goes for St. Louis. All 4 games this weekend against the Fightin' Phils will be on Fox Sports Midwest. Phillies so far this year only a game back of Atlanta. The Braves are 9 above the 500 mark and they lead the NL East. Phillies are 23-16.
Young kids with Atlanta are playing good baseball.
Mets, after their fabulous start, now just 2 games above the 500 mark. Washington is starting to pick it up. They've won 8 of their last 10. 6 games above the 500 mark. And then there's Miami, 15-26. Leadoff walk for Paul DeYoung.
Two marks today for Paul.
Brings in Ozuna, who is 0 for 3. There's the former Cardinal Zach Duke. Before he got hurt, boy, was he good.
And how quick he came back from Tommy John, too.
Yep. One of the fastest in the history of baseball, under a year. So here's Marcell Ozuna. And that's hit out of play. Well, you watch Ozuna, sometimes he cheats on that inside pitch and opens up, which then leaves him vulnerable to the middle outer half. They're going to go away here on this pitch. And Ozuna pops it up right side. It is playable and out of play. 0-2 the count.
So typical of a guy that gets traded to a team where you sign as a free agent. That first year you're trying to impress teammates, fan base, trying to do a little bit too much, and finally you get into that rhythm where you just say, well, I'm just do what I can normally do, and that's good enough.
In the hole, 0-2. Ozuna fights it off. Carries to center, and Buxton for the out. So one down, and it brings in Dexter Fowler. He's got one lefty left in his pen. He already used Taylor Rogers, and if Ozuna would have gotten on, you probably would have seen the lefty, and then Mike Matheny could have been forced to use Harrison Bader against the lefty, and that's a matchup he would take, I'm sure. Bader has been very good against left-handed pitching.
And we thought that Dexter had been struggling, trying to figure it out, but with success against Lynn, that's why he was in the lineup and not Bader. But you're right, Bader might be a good bat coming off the bench.
Take his defense too.
Sure. Gives a little jump to the lineup.
Here's a 1-0 to Dexter Fowler. Key at bat in this game was in the first inning. The Cardinals, to start the ball game, had a single and a walk, so 2 runners on, and then back-to-back strikeouts. And Fowler has been struggling. Came up with a 2-out base hit into center that scored 2 and put the Cardinals on top. St. Louis has never trailed in this game, and they lead 4-3. Here's a 1-1. You said it a lot, though. If one of the two can get hot, can change the look of this lineup. Fowler or Carpenter, if not both.
So often, as a pitcher, you look at a lineup and you see some guys that are struggling, and you know, if I give up a hit or two here or a walk or something like that, then I got these guys that are struggling, and that's how I get out of innings. But they have track records; they'll turn it around.
And there's a walk, so 2 walks in the inning. The batter will be Jedd Gyorko. Key spot in the game was in the 6th, and the Cardinals had runners at first and third, nobody out, could not cash in. It's back-to-back strikeouts, then a ground out. And now Gyorko a chance to do some damage here with runners at first and second. Jerko 0 for 4 today with a strikeout. Check that 0 for 3, and there's strike one. Here's the 0-1 pitch to the Cardinal third baseman. Jerko lines it into the gap in right center. Buxton won't get there. He's able to knock it down. A run will score. That's DeYoung, and a big 2-out hit by Jed Jerko. And the Cardinals have reclaimed their 2-run lead.
You said it earlier, Buxton is the Gold Glove winner, the Platinum winner. There's outfield play, and they say he is so good. But he doesn't get this one. He was able to keep it in front of him as this ball slicing away from him and doesn't get behind him, so he allows DeYoung to come around and score here. Fowler was right on his heels. He goes to third. The way Buxton kind of just lobbed it in there, I'd like to see if he would have taken off.
5-3, top of the 7th, and Carpenter coming up. Lefty signed as a free agent to come to Minnesota. Already his 19th appearance, and he'll have runners at first and third. And Matt Carpenter. Carpenter 1 for 3 today. It is single to left. Flied to left and also struck out.
Duke was a loser on Sunday. Extra inning game against the Angels. He was pitched very well. He had 13 scoreless outings before that. Since 2017, left-handed batters are batting under 200 against him. This year, 118.
One ball and one strike. So here it is, another situation. Runner at third, under 2 outs, and see if the Cardinals can add to their lead. They've had multiple opportunities to open up a bigger lead in this game. They've never trailed. It's 5-3.
Carpenter just 2 for 22 off the left-handed left-handed pitchers.
And the 1-1. Carpenter down the right field line, fair and into the corner. A run will score. Matt on his way to second base. And Jerko stops at third. Boy, did he need that.
That's what we're used to seeing out of Carpenter. Another double. The RBI big. He's got back-to-back hits. Maybe something will get going for him.
Plaza Tire Service replay.
When that breaking ball further away, just had a hanger, stayed up in the middle of the plate, and he hammered it.
First multi-hit game since May 1st for Carpenter, and now the infield is drawn in. And here's Francisco Pena. Pena puts it in play, backhanded it short and out. Jerko off on contact, and with that he's thrown out at the plate.
On contact, you got to give him a lane. And he tags him out before he gets there.
Harrison Bader will pinch hit now for Greg Garcia. Then Wong will come in the game and take over on the infield at second. So left on the bench, Kelly. Wong currently, but Wong will enter the game. Six to 3 St. Louis. And a strike. 0-2. Nothing into the count. Bader has done some of his best work against lefties, but this time he strikes out. However, the Cardinals get 2 runs, add to the lead. First multi-hit game since back on May 1st for Carpenter, and it's 6-3. Time to stretch. Wherever legendary MLB moments happen, Budweiser will be there. By Siteman Cancer Center, national leaders in cancer. And by Ford, going further so you can. There's a look at the IDS Tower in Minnesota. And there's a look at Jordan Hicks, the Chevy call to the pen. .96 the ERA in 18 2/3. Of concern, the walks 13, but this young man has got so much talent.
It's fun to watch him pitch.
Last 7 days has pitched just twice. Petit at the plate. And in those 2 appearances, only 13 pitches total. See how the Cardinals have changed his delivery. Gone is the windup. Just working from the stretch and still hits 102.
If your mechanics are correct, it shouldn't make any difference. You know, because everything you do in the windup is counterproductive. Most of it's moving away from home plate. And at some point, you get right where you are, sit down, and deliver as you are in relief.
He looks back into Angel Hernandez and 4 straight pitches and a ball.
You mentioned the walks, but it really hasn't bothered him too bad because he's gets a lot of ground balls and he, you know, he's gets his fair share of double play balls.
Not what he wanted to do though with a 3-run lead.
But you do want to avoid them.
The top of the lineup and good test here in Joe Mauer. 2 hits, 2 for 3. And there's a strike. Mauer a base hit into center on an 0-2 pitch back in the first. A 2-out RBI single into right field in the second. Also flied out to deep left. Oh, and 2.
Now Mauer looks back at Angel. Hicks did not face the Twins in St. Louis.
Out of play. Joe Mauer made his 14th opening day start. Rapid rise to their minor league system. Signed a long-term deal once they got the approval for this ballpark. One ball and 2 strikes. Petit at first base, no steals this year. And the 1-2 pitch to Mauer. Out of play again. Can't catch up on that fastball.
He's got that high octane, and then he has sinking action on it. Then he has a good breaking ball. A lot of poise for a 21-year-old.
Two and 2. Guy like Mauer, though, tough to put away. Even with that very good fastball and sinking action, he'll give you the quote-unquote professional at bat. He's fouled a couple of tough pitches away to stay in there after falling behind 0-2. The slider low. From 0-2 to a full count. Double play ball. Out at second, and the turn out at first. Double play.
That double play, he's been able to turn behind him.
Cardinals have turned 3 of those today, and it brings in Dozier. I mean, that's what you get with that good sink. The turn that time by Wong, who came into the ball game for Garcia, who was pinch hit for. Dozier 0 for 3 with a run scored. That breaking pitch buckling the knees of Dozier.
Well, you can't look slider and catch up to the fastball.
0-2. Good work as always with our producer, Minnesota native Tom Mee. Brian Shapiro, our producer. Tom Mee, our director. That pitch inside. Brian McCann always working with us. Keith O'Brien and his top assistant, Keith Oberman, working in the truck. Here's a 1-2 pitch. And a high fly ball lifted into center field. 99 miles an hour out of the hand of Jordan Hicks in a scoreless inning. One every match live, over 300 hours of coverage. The world's biggest sporting event begins June 14th on Fox and FS1. Started out in the rotation for Minnesota and now working out of the pen. That's Phil Hughes. Chevy called to the pen. Righties have had their way with him. 364 average. The lefties 167. And Hughes into the ball game for Minnesota. He'll get the top of the Cardinal lineup, and that means Tommy Pham. 1 for 4 with the run scored. Started the game with a 7-pitch at bat and a base hit into left. Came around on the 2-out RBI single from Dexter Fowler. The first pitch taken for a ball. One ball, one strike.
That's some pretty good years for the Yankees. A few years ago, signed with Minnesota as a free agent. And here in the last 5 years.
And Pham, it's a high fly ball into deep right field. This may go. It's gone. Opposite field home run. Tommy Pham, his 8th of the year. second hit this afternoon. Second run scored. And the Cardinals extend their lead. It's now 7-3.
I don't like that. Tommy, you know he can hit it to all parts of the diamond. Just seeing more drives to the opposite field.
He's now tied for the team lead with DeYoung in 8 home runs.
Pitch away from him, and that ball just jumped and carried. No question over that high wall.
There's Jose Martinez. 1 ball, 1 strike. He's been on base 3 times. Walk, run scored. 2-out single to right to drive in Francisco Pena in the second inning. And a double off the wall in left. $25,180 here today. 25180.
And you know, Tommy Pham talking about 30-30. Which do you think is going to be harder for him, the 30 home runs or the 30 steals?
I'd say the 30 home runs. Tommy very aggressive on the bases. All comes with opportunity in that regard.
And he's going to have to get more efficient there because he's 7 steals in 12 attempts.
There's a swing and a miss. How about for you?
I'm not sure. You know, I think the way the ball's jumping off his bat, it might be the steals. But a long season, you know, and you have to have health for both of them.
That's where I'm talking with him the other day. He was telling me he wants to be more efficient in the stolen base department. He said now sometimes it's mitigating circumstances, hit and runs and those types of things that have gotten him. He's been picked off a couple of times. But the one thing that he's done this year that I've been impressed with, there's a lot, but his walk rate, you know, he's seeing the ball a lot better than he has in the past. So he's getting on base more.
And that's going to help him with the steals.
Right. And that's why I think the home runs might be tougher.
We're talking about 30 home runs and act like it's really no big deal. But he's got that kind of talent. And he's a driven young man, so I wouldn't bet against him.
No. 1-2 is popped up by DeYoung. Dozier with it. May 21st, that'll be next Monday. 20,000 fans 16 and older take home a unique Cardinals t-shirt. The fans voted, and May's t-shirt of the month features Cardinals catcher who else? Yadier Molina. Visit cardinals.com/promotions for more information. Cardinals currently 3-5 with Yadier Molina out of the lineup. Here's Ozuna. Hitless today, 0 for 4. Ozuna drives it into center, but Buxton is there. Tommy Pham, an opposite field home run. 8th of the year. He now has driven in 18. Extends the Cardinals lead. It's 7-3. Cardinals with the lead moments ago. Tommy Pham with his 8th home run. Holland, our Chevy, called to the pen, his 15th appearance. Lefty's only hitting 105 against him, and he's starting to dial it in.
Has been scored upon in May.
Here's Eddie Rosario. First pitch floats in there for a strike, and we're underway here in the home half of the 8th. Rosario, 3 hits, all singles, 3 for 3. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Last 4 games, 4 innings, only 1 hit, no runs. So if the Cardinals can win this today, it would be a 500 road trip, split in San Diego and a split here in Minnesota. You do that for the course of the season and take care of business at home, you're in good shape. Here's a 2-1 pitch. 3-1.
I had a manager one time say play 500 during the week and win every Sunday. You'd be 26 games over 500.
Well, that's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Leadoff walk with a 4-run lead. Brings in Kepler, who had an RBI base hit to right back in the first. Jordan Hicks, a scoreless 7th to give way to Holland. And the first pitch to Kepler. Swinging, popped up. This is DeYoung, the shortstop, puts it away for the out.
Need your sunglasses today.
Tough day for Garver behind the plate. He's been beat up, and he's also hit into 2 double plays in 0 for 3. That's a tough afternoon.
I think we have a few takers at home that would take that opportunity, wouldn't they?
What, the 6-4-3 or what?
The 2 double plays and beat up at behind the plate, but have the honor to wear a major league uniform.
Oh, sure.
Coming out and playing.
Oh, 2. A lot sharper stuff from Holland. That slider is, he's refound or rediscovered, I should say.
Well, with his delivery too. I mean, it's he's always going to be probably a little sloppy. We probably have some walks. But that's part of what makes him successful. Is so unusual.
And the 0-2 is down low. Twins, I'm sure, are sick of Greg Holland after all those years in Kansas City and in this division. I'm sure if you're a fan of the Twins, you see Greg Holland, you don't follow the Cardinals closely, you're thinking, well, why is he in the 8th? But Bud Norris has emerged for the time being to be the Cardinals closer. 1-2 the count. Holland would love that slider, roll over, get a double play. Gets the ground ball under the glove of DeYoung. just under his glove. Logan Morrison will be the batter. He has walked and homered today.
Hit it hard, so if it would have found the glove of DeYoung, it would have been the 4th double play the Cardinals turned today, but just underneath it. Good effort.
The way they cut the grass here at the ballpark, it's meant to make sure the ball does not snake. Didn't see it going back and forth as it made its way to Tommy Pham. Outfield cut a little bit differently. And a soft liner into right. A run will score. And Morrison now will bring the tying run to the plate.
Morrison 3 for 3 now off of Holland. Look at the bullpen moving. Right down the middle. But Norris is up.
He just started to throw. He's not even at the mound yet, so. This will be Robbie Grossman, switch hitter. He'll pinch hit for Buxton, who's 0 for 3 today. Buxton 2 for his last 19 since coming off the DL. Things get interesting now. The tying run at the plate, 7-4 our score. And ball 1. These two have faced each other just one time, and it was a strikeout. Two and 0. Leadoff walk, and it comes around to score. 3-0. In 6 of the 8 innings, the Twins have had their leadoff man on. And things starting to get real interesting now.
Yeah, you find the odds of doing that.
3-0 pitch to Grossman.
Greg Holland's been in all these situations, so it's not going to phase him. He can't get a ground ball and get the double play and get out of here. And you didn't like something, want to slow him down and have a conversation.
Now he's set, and a 3-1 pitch. Bases loaded. Eduardo Escobar will pinch hit, and that leaves Bobby Wilson as the lone bench player available for the Twins.
Grossman and Escobar are switch hitters. Matheny's going to let him go a little longer.
9 balls, 7 strikes for Holland. Here comes Mike. Bud Norris coming on with the bases loaded when we come back. To 4, bases loaded. You're in the home half of the 8th. I mean, what do you do? Greg Holland had 5 batters and 4 reach, couple of singles,
couple walks.
Yeah, I mean, can understand why Mike Matheny would do this.
Oh yeah, I mean, be surprised. I'd be shocked if he didn't. You know, with success that Norris has had, especially going 4 and 5 out saves.
Couple of steps forward and another one back for Greg Holland now. So bases loaded, and the batter will be Escobar. Eduardo Escobar.
It's 1 for 1 against Norris.
We had a couple of hits last night, drove in a run. He represents the go-ahead run. And a strike.
96, but it's like when Bud Norris throws it, hitters swing and miss an awful lot.
Well, you talk about, I've visited with some about this. He really hides the ball well. Deception is part of it. Yep.
Ball jumps on you before you realize it. He's always been able to pitch up in the zone too.
Today with launch angle, if you can pitch up in the zone, but effectively, it can be a real effective pitch. Fastball that's up. And now the 0-1 pitch to Escobar. A ball and a strike. Here's a 1-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, you think about this game where the Cardinals had a runner at third a couple of times, did not score with nobody out. The opposite side, the Twins have had their leadoff man on in 6 of the 8 innings. The 2-1 will come momentarily. Out of play. 2-2.
Escobar, one of those little pesky hitters, but he's got a little pop too.
Big strikeout.
I can say that again.
So 5 pitches, and we go pitch by pitch.
It's ahead of the count right there. 96, top of the zone. Then one gets away from him. See the sink on that one. 97, and away from him. Good swing and a miss. 2 outs.
With now 2 outs, bases loaded. Here's Petit and a wild pitch. Run will score. And with that, it puts the tying runs in scoring position.
That was a surprise right there. Yes. Had to overthrow the breaking ball.
Petit has been on base 3 times, couple of walks and a single. A base hit could tie this game up. The Twins have scored 2 here in the home half of the 8th. It was Norris's 28th strikeout, 19 2/3. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, we saw it a lot early in his career when he was a starter with Houston. Cardinal just couldn't hit him. Evened up a little bit later on in his career, but he's been doing a heck of a job as the closer for the Cardinals. He's got more work to do.
Here's a 1-1. Always dangerous, Joe Mauer on deck. Twins trying to take Lance Lynn off the hook. Will only win 3. And the 2-1 pitch fouled back. 2-2.
Question is Norris going to face Mauer this inning or next?
Norris came in, struck out Escobar. Now 2-2 with the with runners at second and third. Can he put him away? The 2-2 pitch by Bud Norris. Ground ball to Young gloves. And is he off the bag? No, he's on, and the Twins want a challenge.
Yeah, they want to challenge the first base coach right away.
Now the question will be, does the runner from second score? He was hustling if this call is ruled safe. Oh boy.
Jeff Smith, the first base coach, immediately, but apparently they aren't going to check.
Apparently no challenge. It stays a 2-run St. Louis lead. And this is why. In the glove, clearly on the base. However, I wonder if you're Paul Molitor in that spot, you've got nothing to lose anyway.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, was it really that clear that it was an out? Apparently so. They probably had a different look at it as well. Now Addison Reed is into the ball game. Boy, could you see that happening where you challenge and they rule him safe and 2 runs scored and you've got a tie game on an error. So Chevy called to the pen. Addison Reed, former Diamondback and Met. He's a good one.
Thought the Cardinals would have some interest in him and thought about it. Former closer, but then was a setup man with the Mets.
And Fowler, a foul ball into the dugout of the Twins. We turn to our Budweiser plays of the game. This is in the first with 2 outs, and that would bring 2 in. And then Matt Carpenter, a 2-hit day. And that would drive in a run. So we talk about those two being so important in this lineup, and at least for the moment today, those hits loom large. One ball and 2 strikes. A shift on for Dexter Fowler on the right side of the infield. Trying to take it the other way or just spoil the 2-strike pitch. Either way, he's still alive. And the 1-2. Fowler, a base hit, beats the shift.
Way to go, Dexter.
On base 4 times. 2 walks, 2 singles.
Just muscled it over the infield. They had the shift right there, and he would have been playing a few feet back on the grass. Would have caught it, but it wasn't. Nobody says you can't add on.
One of the changes in the lineup for the Twins. Defensively, Kepler going from right to center. Grossman into the ball game in right field now, and Escobar, he's at third. Those are your changes for the Twins. Jedd Gyorko at the plate. It's fouled back into the upper deck, and a nice play made by a Cardinal fan. Cardinals have out hit the Twins 12-10. They lead it 7-5. And the 0-1 pitch. Inside to Gyorko. Looking ahead to the bottom of the ninth. Won't be easy. Mauer, Dozier, Rosario. The top of that Minnesota lineup.
Gyorko has good numbers against Addison Reed.
Four for 7, a home run against this righty. And now the 1-2 hit sharply to second. Oh, what a play here. Dozier to first. Oh, what a double play. 4-6-3. Adrianza leaping in the air.
Unfortunately, it's quite a double play. Great stop by Dozier.
Beautiful double play here.
Yeah. Look at that pick there, and then Petit goes up the ladder and makes that play. Good thing Morrison is about 6'5".
So the double play, and now Carpenter with 2 hits. RBI double back in the 7th. He singled to left. He struck out and flied out to left. Two balls, no strikes. Carpenter will face his former TCU teammate and Jake Arrieta tomorrow. 6:15 the first pitch. 5:30 we're on the air. 2-1 the count.
Finally got a hit off the Arrieta.
And a drive into right center for Carpenter. One hops off the wall. And Matt on his way to second base. Sliding in. And that is his second double.
3 hits in a row for Carpenter. Two guys you need to see get swinging the bat have done so today, and Fowler and Carpenter just sounded nice coming off the bat. Plugs the gap out in right center. One hops the wall.
So with 2 outs, runner at second base. The batter is Pena. There's strike 1. Pena today has walked and scored. That was back in the 2nd inning. Grounded out, single to right. Came up with the bases loaded, only 1 out. Hit it to short, and they were able to get Gyorko at the plate. That ball gets away. Carpenter to third. Reed trying to keep this a 2-run St. Louis advantage. Ooh, right on that pitch, fouled back. 2 strikes. 1-2 the count.
Down with Pena the other day, we just talked about how getting a little closer, but said my #1 goal is to help the pitching staff, and he's done a nice job.
We head to the bottom of the 9th. A 2-run lead for St. Louis. They'll try to earn a split when we come back. Yeah, Jimmy, it will be an interesting show. The postgame coming up, but still 3 outs to go. It starts with Joe Mauer. Bud Norris looking for his second 5-out save of the year. He's gone more than 1 inning 3 times this year. And the first pitch to Mauer is a strike. Reached his first 2 times with base hits. Fly to deep left. And then grounded into a 5-4-3 double play. These two have faced each other just 1 time, and Mauer took him deep. Oh, and 2. And the 0-2 pitch. Mauer slowly hit back to Norris. Underhands to first for the out. So 6 of the 9 innings they've had their leadoff man on, but not here in the 9th.
Yeah, it's so important right here. Kind of jams him. Little tapper coming back here. A little underhand flip.
Trying to pick up his 9th save of the year in 9 opportunities. Here's Dozier with 1 out.
What would the Cardinals be without him?
That pitch taken high. 14 pitches so far for Norris. Here's a 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike. Two and one.
Try and keep the ball away from him. Don't give him something he can pull the short part of the field.
Three and one.
Be walking anybody, bring a potential tying run to plate.
And the 3-1 pitch to Brian Dozier. Make it a full count.
Amazing how many strikes people take. 3-1 count.
The 3-2 pitch. He got him.
Good movement. Going down and away. Talking about how impressive Rosario's been. Good day today. 3 for 3 and a walk and a run scored.
So 2 down and nobody out, or rather 2 down, nobody on, excuse me, and a foul back. Bud Norris trying to end it here. 0-1 the count. Eddie Rosario on base 4 times, 3 hits and a walk. Those hits have all been singles. Norris is set, and here's the 0-1 pitch. 0-2.
People have questioned the strike zone all game long.
I don't blame him. Nothing into the count. The next by Bud Norris. Popped up left side. This should do it. Ozuna. He is under it, and he's got it. The Cardinals hold on. A long afternoon comes to an end. 7-5 the final, as Bud Norris picks up his 9th save in 9 opportunities. And good for Carpenter and Fowler. They come alive. Matt Carpenter with 3 hits. 7-5 the final.
Yeah, nice to see the offense come alive today. Score 7 runs. You should get a victory. It's a long game.
7-5 the final, and the post-game show. Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live coming up with the great Jim Hayes.